Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we live? We should be live. Testing 1, 2, 3. There we go. We are live. Good morning. Good morning. Jawaz, good morning. Feeling a little tired today. It took a while to wake up this morning. Morning's just been kind of chopping sideways here. I did put on a couple trades in pre-market, but they didn't really go anywhere. Got one tiny little win here, so there was a delta squeeze set up. It wasn't perfect because this delta was starting to ramp up there, but I took it anyway, and it did come down, but came all the way back up and took me out. And then I tried it again here on the second tick down, but it just wasn't cooperating, so then I stopped out at break even there and see how the delta was starting to go positive and thin again right there. I wanted to see it flush out, and it just wouldn't do it. Looks like it's starting to do that now with this engulfing candle over here from the upper power zone. But I didn't take it. We'll see what we get here in 3 minutes at the open. Let's go ahead and check the news. Looks like we have flash services PMI at 8:45 in like 18 minutes. There's a lot of stuff that went on overnight, it looks like. But as far as U.S. news today, we just have this flash manufacturing PMI and revised consumer sentiment at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, Saturday. So today is Friday. Some call it Free Fall Friday. We'll see if we free fall today. Either way, I don't really care as long as we can make some money. Shandiz, good morning. So not really much to do here yet. We'll see if we get a signal right at the open. Sometimes we do, but I'm always afraid to take the first signal. We're starting to get that higher low tick up from that lower power zone. The delta's tapering pretty good there. You know, it was really fighting this drop here. So every time I had an opportunity to drop, it would just turn right back around. So maybe we will be going up from here. We're sitting on top of the VWAP. Let's see where we are with the session VWAP. Right there under the orange line. So when we're kind of stuck in between two VWAPs, we can kind of chop around a little bit. A lot of times when we open right at the VWAP, we end up chopping for a while. So we'll watch for that. And it looks like we're open. Looks like we are trying to push up here. Delta candle's getting really big and thick. We just took out that previous swing high over there. See if that ends up being more of a liquidity sweep. We're also below the daily open, which is a little bearish if we react off that. Looks like the buyers are stepping back in. That delta is thickening back up. And you know, it would make sense for us to go up here being in that lower green zone. A lot of times if we open in the green zone, we end up going up. If we open in the red zone, a lot of times we go down. But since we're sitting there at VWAP, I'm expecting a little chop here. Go ahead and mark that out. So definitely an area to be a little careful. Might make more sense just to wait for that 15-minute range to develop and break. If we get one. Yesterday we just flushed right out of it, so we didn't even make a 15-minute range. Well, technically it did, but we moved pretty good right out of the gate yesterday. Those are nice if you can catch them, but sometimes they're kind of hard to catch because you're expecting chop sometimes. Now, we did get a higher low with the thickening delta, so technically there's a long here. I'm sitting tight so far. I went ahead and took a long there. Looks like I'm in at 817.50. Got in a little late. I like how I'm seeing 3 thick delta candles in a row, so maybe we'll shoot out of the gate on this one like we did yesterday. Gotta be ready for the chop though, in case we start chopping. Delta candles are looking beautiful. Also on the 5-minute, we're starting to turn back up. We did have you could see the chop on the 5-minute right here. That was pretty ugly. That was when I was trying to jump in those trades earlier. We are getting a nice consistent delta here. It's all good for the longs. We're ticking down from that upper power zone. All right, I'm out. Move my stop to break even, and it hit it right after that tick down. The reason why I did that is because we were tapering a little bit. This delta candle is smaller than this one. So that's why I said you gotta watch for that. Hopefully we don't start chopping here and fall apart. That's 2 break evens for the day so far. We did pull back to that session VWAP though. We'll see if we bounce on this. We can always re-enter if we get our re-entry set up. Delta candles are still positive though, and they're still pretty thick. We did taper down on that one, but it is positive, so I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce here. We are under that 8 though, so I could also see it pull back up to that 8 SMA and then turn back down. But right now, there's no entry, so I'm just sitting on my hands. Delta's starting to flash negative a little bit here. Buyers are still overpowering though. We're still positive for the moment. Yeah, that delta's starting to think it back up, so I am starting to think we're going to bounce here. Might have just had to come back and retest that session VWAP. We're getting a thicker delta candle now, so if we end up ticking up here, we're back above the 8 SMA. So if this closes up here, I'll be jumping back in for a long. Got about 15 seconds. All right, I just went long there. I'm long at, looks like 820. Sarif Badshah, you are not that much transparent. Took trades on accounts. What does that mean? I'm trading live. I don't know how much more transparent I could be. Can you clarify what your question is there? Move my stop to break even. Delta's still looking really nice. It's thickening up. It's growing. We got the fat deltas coming back. That's what we want. And as long as we have those, there's no reason to exit the trade. I'm starting to think Sarif just might be a troll. Do we have a troll in here? You are taking trades on TradingView. You should take trades on accounts like live trade executions. Well, I'm streaming on a Mac, which is where my TradingView charting software is. And my Windows machine that runs Quantower is a completely separate machine off to my left. And that's where I'm actually executing my trades. And the purposes of these live streams isn't really for me to show exactly what I'm trading, what sizes I'm trading, and my accounts and all of that. I'm showing my process. I'm showing basically how I trade. And so even if I was trading a demo account or not trading at all, I'm still, as long as I'm showing the process and showing my entries and exits and where I would get in and out, that's really the purpose of the live stream. That's not, I don't think that's a transparency issue, personally. Stealth, good morning. And we got news. My stop is underneath this low. I'm calling it out before it happens, if it takes me out, in case anybody is wondering if I'm actually doing things here. That's at 8:45, what was that, PMI? Let's go back to the news. And we have consumer sentiment at 9 a.m. that we also have to be aware of. Still holding. My stop was under this wick on that news right there, and it never wicked me out, so I'm still in. Well, exit strategy, as long as that delta is going to remain strong and looking the way that it is, I'm going to stay in. If the delta gets thin and we close under it, I will definitely exit at that point. If it looks like it's rounding over and we end up getting a lower high in that power zone, I'll probably exit there as well. All depends on what the delta is doing. So it's all, that's the way that I trade. It's very dynamic. I don't really know when I'm going to get out until I see the exit set up. Or in some cases, like I'll trade a fixed risk to reward, and a lot of times I'll go ahead and like move my risk to reward for like the extreme at like a 1-to-7 risk reward ratio. And if I can get it, then that's great. But most of the time I end up getting out a little bit earlier. It all depends on what the delta is going to do. So if it really wants to start cruising, I'm not going to go and exit early. Delta's still looking pretty good. This delta candle is thicker than the previous one. So again, no reason to exit. We're looking good on the 5-minute. We're looking good on the 15. The hourly is starting to thicken back up. So yeah, if it wants to do this all day, I will let it just keep running. But, if you want to secure a bag really quickly and not stomach any little pullbacks or anything, you could go for this previous day high up here. Looks like that would be 86 points from my entry point. You could take the first tick down, which we already got. That would be right here. And now we got a tapering delta. So still holding. If we close underneath it, I'll end up pulling the plug if it looks like it's going to taper negative, but we're still above the 8. It's still positive. It's still relatively thick, so holding for now. Hopefully it doesn't just turn over and take me out here, but that's possible. The delta is starting to turn a little bit now. This is likely just going to be some... Okay, now it took me out. This is what I was going to say. This is likely some chop before the 9 o'clock news. A lot of times it likes to chop around before that. I ended up getting 5.5 points on there under that wick, which I called out earlier. So it's not a big win, but it's a win. Sharif, I really don't think you should be talking to of Earth that way. So, did you get your question answered? Does it make sense what I'm doing here now? I'm showing my process, not my accounts. Yeah. Ban negativity and make America great again. All right, Sharif, I'll give you one more chance. If you can stay positive, you can stay in here. But yeah. Hey, no, asking questions is fine, but I think you were making more of an accusation. You weren't really asking a question. You were telling people that I wasn't being transparent, which is, I think that's pretty negative, actually. Back to that VWAP. We are ticking up from that lower power zone on the VWAP. Delta is tapering. So technically we have a long here, but we got the news at 9, so it's a little risky in this, as long as we stay inside this range here, I mean, it's going to be kind of choppy. Speaking of, let's mark out that 15-minute range and see what we look like. There's the 8:30 candle. There's the high. There's the low. So this is at the close of the 8:44 candle. So we actually did pop through the top of that range. Briefly. But then we just fell right back inside of it. Delta candles are crossing under that confirmation line, but we do have the confirmation line in the middle of the indicator. So that typically means that you're just ranging. In that case, you should be looking for tick ups from the lower power zone and tick downs from the upper power zone to go short. You can go both long and short when it's doing that. Let's mark this out and see what we would have done if we took that tick down from that lower power zone. That was a valid long entry, but you see why I didn't take that. It wicked all the way back to it. Would have barely slid by there. Looks like it almost would have wicked me out with that 80 tick stop. But so far, it still would have worked. Of Earths, you are kind of racist. Okay. I think we've had enough of that. Don't you guys think? How about a 30-minute timeout? There we go. I didn't know you could do that. Sarif is in a 30-minute timeout. Taurus Trades, good morning. What news at 9? Revised consumer sentiment. Two minutes until news. Well, 1 minute actually. Taurus Trades. Check out the trading timer on TOMMYBOTS. Just go to TOMMYBOTS.com and under the tools menu, you'll see the trading timer there. That has the news built in the timer. And here, I'll show you what that looks like. Looks like this. So you have the next news will show up right underneath the timer so that you're always aware of it. If you're trading the 1 minute chart, you can select 1 minute here, how many seconds before the candle close that you want to be alerted. So in this, I usually use like 30 seconds. So I'll set it to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and you could change what your alert sounds like and all that. But all your news is just, it's all laid out right here. So I'll show you all of today's high impact news, all of tomorrow's high impact news, all in the timer. It's really convenient. And it's free. So almost 200 already, huh? Yeah, it is. It's definitely growing faster now that I started live streaming. On the way to 1K. We'll see. I mean, personally, I think I'm offering a lot of value here, showing my process and everything in the playbook. A lot of guys don't really do that, or they don't show you where they're, or they don't show you how they're planning their trades ahead of time, and before they jump in and out. So I think there's a lot of value on this channel. $1K was the barrier threshold for live chat stuff, remember? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's what did YouTube say? I think you have to have like 600 subscribers and it's like 3,000 watch hours or something like that in order to start doing like if you wanted to do super chats, I think that's what it is. CB Ganesh, you are generous in sharing your strategy. The other guy may have lost money misinterpreting you. Well, I suppose maybe. I guess I didn't think about it that way. It just seemed to me like he was being very accusatory. He even sent me or he replied to my I made a post on Twitter last night after a beautiful Delta squeeze setup on NQ at like 9:27 p.m. And immediately he responded to that, telling me that I was not being transparent. So he's in timeout. Raising Cane, exceptional value. I'm going to buy Zeiierman CVD on Black Friday. Awesome. Does Zeiierman do Black Friday sales? He made an announcement yesterday, I think at 5 o'clock in the morning, that they were going to do Black Friday sale. I don't know if they launched it yet, but I know that they're planning on it. Yeah, you know, I clicked on his name and I didn't even see like a ban option. I don't know how to do it. Keep in mind, I'm new to this whole streaming thing. So I don't know how to ban people yet. I saw the timeout option, so I just gave him a timeout. Still pretty choppy here inside this 15-minute range. The news is over for the day, though. There's nothing else on the calendar. So after this works itself out here, hopefully we move in some direction and just don't sit inside this range all day. Hover your mouse over the message of the viewer you want to block, or the user's message. Click block. I didn't see that. I was doing that. Let me try it on you. Kidding. I don't see a block message, but I see a there's a remove, but I think that just removes the comment. Hey, I know what I'll do. Averse. I'm going to add you as a moderator, and then you can do that. How's that sound? And that way I can focus on the chart. Okay. I think I just made you a moderator. Does that work? Yep, got your link. Thank you. Okay. Back to trading, I think. Still not much to do here. Go ahead and mark out this nasty chop right here. We're sitting on top of that VWAP. However, that delta is getting more and more negative. Looks like the sellers want to start pushing this down. Possibly. But you can't really trust the signals inside this 15-minute range. We are flashing a higher low in that green zone, but the delta is not really cooperating at the moment. Stealth, do you only trade NQ? Recently, that's all I've been trading for day trading. I like the way that it trades. I like the liquidity that it provides. It's nice to just focus on one thing. But I also trade crypto. I trade crypto with my trading bots, and I usually trade those on the hourly time frame. But yeah, primarily I'm trading NQ these days. I used to trade gold quite a bit, but not so much anymore. I used to trade Forex. But the Cumulative Delta works it works across the board, across everything. So whatever you want to trade, you can trade it with us. We closed underneath VWAP now for the first time since we opened. We're now breaking outside that 15-minute range to the bottom. We just touched that pivot line. See if we get a little bit of a bounce there. See how accurate those pivot lines are? I think I point that out like every day. They're pretty amazing how price just continually reacts to those things. Now here it acted as a shelf. So we'll see. We'll see if we fall back inside that 15-minute range or if we just start heading down now. The delta looks like it wants to keep heading down. I don't have a clear entry signal, so I'm not going to do anything yet. How do you get those pivot points? CB Ganesh. Well, it's a free indicator in TradingView, and it is called pivots. I think that's what it's called. See it right here? Pivots. And I'm just using the default settings. I haven't changed a thing in them. But I think the name in TradingView is actually different. Let's see here. Pivot. Is it pivot point standard? Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's this pivot point standard. Are the pivot points the onsen levels? Nope, but the onsen levels are on here too. So that's, if you look at the yellow line that says DO there, that's the daily open. That's an onsen level. This previous day high, that's an onsen level. So in those levels, I get through this onsen effects algo indicator. That's another Zeiierman indicator. So if you're a member of the Zeiierman group, you have access to all of their indicators. They have a lot of good quality indicators. I primarily just use the cumulative delta and that onset effects, but I mean, you can actually get a little bit overwhelmed with how many indicators they have. I am not an expert in all of the indicators they have at Zeiierman, but there's a lot of tools in the toolbox there, which are fun to play with. Taurus Trades, thanks Tommy. Need to copy your template. Yeah, the template is free to copy. The link to copy it is inside the playbook. So there's two versions. There's like a version that has all the indicators that I use, and then there's like a bare bones version that just has the cumulative delta and a couple other little things. I think like the 8 SMA. So based on your TradingView plan, you might not have, if you have one of the lower plans, you might not have access to have that many indicators. And so in that case, you might need the bare bones version. Jay Waz, I wish Zeiierman did occasional live trainings on their indicators. I'd enjoy seeing how Zeiierman approaches his bell curve strat. Yeah, I would really like to see that as well. I think that would be awesome. This delta is still falling, and it's actually gaining a little strength. That the current delta candle is thicker than the previous one, so the sellers are still stepping in here. We might just be retesting that VWAP, see how we pop back up there to VWAP. Might just be retesting that to break lower here. So, and technically, if we tick down here and the delta is thicker than the previous one, that would satisfy the impulsive breakout entry in the playbook for a short. So we'll see if we get an entry here. Anytime you're shorting near this lower power zone, it is a little more risky because it does like to bounce out of the zone. But the fact that we're breaking out of that 15-minute range, we retested VWAP. Looks like we might get this impulsive move breakout entry here. And it didn't satisfy it. The current candle closed smaller than the previous one, so that's not a valid setup for me. JWaz, we got to send him improvement suggestions we've talked about on C Delta. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely ways that we could, I think, improve the C Delta. I mean, it's great the way that it is, but if you could help remove some of the manual work that you have to do, that would be really nice. You know, like adding these chop boxes. You know, it'd be nice, but at the same time, it gives me something to do when I'm sitting around, so I guess I don't really mind it either. And I guess it helps me kind of stay focused as to what's going on with the Delta and everything else. But if you're new and you don't really know what you're looking for, I can definitely see how that would help. Yeah, and a slope variable, a way to gauge the thickness of the Delta and whether you're getting thicker or not. I mean, even if those were just like numbers in the corner of the screen, instead of visually trying to gauge it just by looking at it, if you could see like more of a objective number, that'd be nice. So we are getting that higher low from that lower power zone. Looks like the Delta is tapering a little bit, so she doesn't want to drop yet. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm not paying too close of attention to these higher time frames today, just because, you know, you look at the hourly and what do you see? That's all chop. The 15, that's not as high a priority as the 5. And the 5, we have this chop going on earlier. We've been inside this 15-minute range, so there's not a lot to look at on the higher time frames right now. You're better off just focusing on what's going on the 1. Because we aren't really in any trend on the higher time frames. You know, you look left and I just see a lot of sideways action. Price isn't going anywhere. It doesn't mean we won't get our short setup here. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to play out. We went back up to that VWAP a second time for a test. We are above the 8. And we did wick back down to the 8, so if part of your strategy was to take the first high or low out of that power zone for a long, you could enter on that 8. But I think it's pretty risky here with what we're seeing breaking out of that 15-minute range. So I'm still waiting for my short. Now we're back below the 8. We did tick down. We ticked down, and this Delta candle's thicker than the previous one. However, the signal closed above the Delta, so that no longer satisfies the impulsive move breakout entry that's in the playbook. So still just, there's not a clean entry. So if it's not clean, you're better off just waiting. I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys can hear my trading timer going off like crazy. I just realized that was still in my browser here. Does that come through really loud to you guys when that bell goes off? That little alert noise? See if I could turn it down on my other machine. There, should be a little quieter now. still just consolidating here. Chopping the 8. Delta's more negative than it is positive. All right, good. Still not a whole lot to do here. That delta is thickening back up more to the downside. We do have that negative slope on the delta. But we're right there in that power zone. So this is, it's not an ideal place to go short. If you want to be more aggressive, you could take this where it's thickening back up here. We did just have that consolidation, so it is a bear flag breakout entry, technically. I'm going to go ahead and give it a try. Oh, come on. Oh, man. Well, that didn't work. I jumped into short right here, and immediately it took out my 80 tick stop. So that's what I mean. Like when you're down by this power zone, it's pretty risky. If you want to be more aggressive, you can try it, but a lot of times you just get smacked. So what is that? That is 80 ticks, 20 points. Oh, made a mistake there. It's not 10.75 points. It's minus 10.75 points. There we go. So that one got me good. But see, it had the... Here's what I was looking at. We had our pull. We had our consolidation. We had our 45-degree angle sloping up. It broke outside the consolidation. We did tick down. We had the negative thickening delta. I mean, it satisfied all the requirements for the bear flag breakout entry that's in the playbook. It just didn't work out. And that is part of trading. They don't all work. Plus, we broke outside that 15-minute range. I mean, there was a lot we had going for us there. We tested the VWAP 2 times. Yeah, 5 minutes ticking up from the power zone. Good point. It's not official yet. We are ticking up, though. So what time is it? 9:25. So... is that the current candle? Yeah, that's the current candle. So at 9:30, in 5 minutes, that'll be official. If we're still ticking up. But that is a breakout fake out. It really just doesn't want to go down. We're back at the VWAP now. So far, it's kind of nasty today. It's just not doing a whole lot. Now, as long as that delta remains weak, our overall setup here, you got this negative sloping confirmation line. So as long as that delta is weak, we should still be looking for shorts in that red zone. So even though we had that fake out there, it could still end up playing out here to the downside. We do have the delta turning negative. We are ticking down from the red zone, so technically this is another short setup. It is kind of fighting with that tick up on the 5 minute though, from that lower power zone. Giving it another shot here. So I went short on that tick down. Now, our ATR number is relatively high. We're at 87 right now. So that's why my 80 tick stop looks so small. I should probably size down a little bit. But that's the setup there. Negative sloping confirmation line, tick down from the red zone with a weak delta. So it smacked us the first time, but it looks like this one's going to be a winner. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even. And hopefully we're going to get some momentum now after consolidating for such a long time. So far, so good on that one. Stealth, still think it goes short. Yep, I think so too. It's pushing, I mean, everything looks like it wants to push down. We are under that pivot line now, so hopefully that acts as some resistance. Oh, we're having some volatility kick back in here. Was there more news at 9:30? Or just some giant algorithm going off? Might come back up and smack me at my break even. Still holding. We did get a higher low tick up above the delta. The delta is chopping a little bit. I'm hoping that it just needed to retest that 8 SMA and we start heading back down. And hopefully we put in a little bit of a lower high on that signal line. I'm going to move my stop above the current candle's wick. And it just took me out. So it was a winner, but it was a tiny winner. It took me out at 20,765. 765. So 1.5 points. A giant 1.5 points. I don't know. Would you guys call that a winner or a break even? That's pretty close to a break even. I'm just going to call that a break even. So that's 3 break evens, but I will add to my points. What was that? 1.5. All right, and we wait. JWaz sent you an image, T-Maker. Something interesting. Let me check it out. Yeah, that looks like that works pretty well. Yeah, I'll take a closer look at that later. Okay, we are starting to put in a lower high on this signal line. Is this one going to follow through, or we still have a negative delta? I'm going to give it another shot. Just went short there on the close of that candle on this lower high. My 80 tick stop is still like, it's a little too small for the volatility we have going on. I'm at an 86 now. But we'll keep a short leash on it. Again, we're kind of fighting with that tick up on the 5 minute from that lower power zone. But these lower highs on the signal, when you have a negative delta that's so weak and so flat down there, it's typically a good short. It's just fighting, though. Fighting and chopping. It's trying to climb back above the 8 here. Looks like I might get taken out. Come on, don't do it. Whew, it almost hit my stop. Not quite. Keep going down. We are flashing a tick up above the delta. It's not official. Not until it closes. Kind of surprised that it didn't take me out there. And now it did. Well, maybe today is not my day. Still just chopping here. So that is a minus 20. Two losers. Is it possible to automate with TradingView futures, Raising Cane? Yeah, it's possible. I know a lot of people have bots that run in NinjaTrader. With TOMMYBOTS, I don't have an integration with any futures brokers. I possibly will in the future, but I don't at the moment. But there's still a lot of people that will still use the bots to send them like a text alert or either a text alert or an email alert. So you can still automate your signals and have it send you alerts, and then you can trade off of those. But there's no direct integration right now. I'm looking for that filet mignon entry. Yeah, me too. But man, isn't this ugly so far? This higher low tick up right here. This is like that's like your first delta squeeze type setup. It's not clean though. It's really ugly. But you do have an overall positive slope on the delta. The delta turns positive here. You tick up above the delta. That's your delta squeeze. If I wouldn't have got stopped out there, I probably would be more inclined to take this one. But where is it? Right there, the green triangle. Your entry would have been right there. And so far, that looks like it's the best trade of the day. I did not take it though. What indicator is the 86 number? That is that's just something I threw together. It's all it is it's the ATR times or there's a multiplier on the ATR. So in my template, you'll see this ATR take profit T maker. If you look at the settings for it, there's just a multiplier in here. So I've always had it set to 4. I basically multiply the ATR by 4, and I used to use that number as like a number that I could target for like the number of ticks to take profit, and that's why it's called the ATR take profit. But I don't really use it for that purpose anymore. I use it more so just to gauge like the volatility of the market. So I know just by glancing at that number that, for an 80 tick stop, I want to see that number somewhere between like 25 and 70. Once you start getting above 70, then your 80 tick stop is probably too small to do its job properly. So in that case, you need to size down or increase your stop. It rejected off the daily open. Well, my daily open is this yellow line. Are you looking at a different line? Stealth? Go ahead and move this circle to right there. Just to point this out again, like I said, this was ugly, but it does satisfy the delta squeeze setup in the playbook right here. Because the delta turns positive, we have the positive overall slope on the delta. So far, that was, I think, our cleanest setup. Even though it was kind of ugly. It's nice to see a little bit of consistency back in these delta candles. Hopefully we just keep pushing and get some decent movement back into the price action. We are still in this 15-minute range though, so keep that in mind. If you guys could do me a favor, hit that like button if you haven't done that already. I would greatly appreciate that. And also hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. We're almost to 200 subscribers, which is almost double what I had like a couple weeks ago. So I know it's a small number, but it's growing, and it's growing fast. So starting to get a little bit of a tick down from that upper power zone. The delta is not cooperating yet though, so it's not anything that you should be looking to go short off of. I think it's going to want to... It looks like that all of this was just accumulation, and I think we might end up breaking the top of that 15-minute range again. We're getting a slider across the top of the indicator. That's when the signal hits the top and it just slides sideways. That's pretty indicative of a powerful, impulsive move. We're starting to get that tick down from the upper power zone. The delta is tapering a little. However, it is it's risky to go short there since the delta is... See how it was very aggressive in this slope here? And how we just kind of shot out of the gate very aggressively. You don't want to short that. Now, if the delta was more, had a shallower slope to it, and we were tapering and it was really thin, and you can tell that the delta is getting very weak, starting to turn negative, then a short up there makes a lot more sense. We did close under the 8 though. We'll see if we can stay under the 8, if we just pop right back above it. Looks like we're going to pop right back above. Close back above. So with this aggressive climb on the delta, we could be looking for an impulsive breakout entry to the upside. Also look for a potential bull flag breakout. A lot of times those kind of coincide with each other. It's the same setup. So we'd like to see somewhat of a consolidation right here. Somewhat of a downward sloping 45-degree angled trend line. And if we can get a tick up with still positive delta there, and that's a potential entry to go long. And for the impulsive breakout entry, we want to see the delta gaining strength. So you want to see a delta candle that is thicker than the previous one, that coincides with a tick up above the delta. So that's what I'll be watching for here. But we might not get it. It could just continue to fall apart and head back down. There's our chop marked out on the 15. Very choppy today. Still, if it's an indicator, use Spaceman BTC. It's a range based on the daily open, not exactly the daily open. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think this line, this yellow line I have on the screen is the exact daily open for that, the opening of that daily candle. All right, are we going to see some strength come back in this delta? So we did taper. We are seeing a little bit of strength come back. So will that coincide with the tick up? We are ticking up now, but we have to wait for this candle to close. We actually did just close back above the 8 SMA again. I'd like to see a little bit more strength come back in this delta to show that the buyers are stepping in and regaining control. Got about 15 seconds. Now, if the candle's not thicker than the previous one, you can still take it. It's more of an aggressive entry. Let me go ahead and give that a shot here. I'm at 834.50. So far, so good on that one. Now, you could draw the trend line this way, I suppose. That's kind of a steep trend line. I don't like those as much. The delta is tapering again. I don't really like to see that. We need to see that strength come back in. So my early exit here would be a tick down. On the signal line, for those that don't know. Delta is looking a little weak. It's starting to flash negative. Looks like I will be pulling the plug here. Well, we didn't officially tick down, so I'm still holding. I might end up paying the price for it since I didn't exit on it. The last one almost ticked down. It was flashing and then it pulled up at the last second. As I was saying before, entering on that tick up was more of an aggressive entry because the delta was not gaining strength. It was actually losing a little strength. All right, I'm still in, but my finger's on the trigger to exit here. All right, I'm out. So that was minus 8.25. So yeah, that wasn't a great setup. The market's just not giving us a lot of options today. And this is something that's really easy to fall into. If the market's not really giving you anything, a lot of times or at least me personally, I end up almost trying to like force trades and getting into setups that I probably should just sit tight on and sit on my hands. Yep, it's not a filet mignon. Waiting for the filet mignons are in your best interest. But it can be difficult just sitting around watching things chop. I would rather go do something else, to be honest. And if this delta starts to turn white here and starts to tick up again, that's a little bit of chop setting in on the 1. We have that alternating thin delta coming back. JWAS, that's when I go check gold. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There still might be a setup here, so I'm waiting for this. I know we're seeing chop, but if the delta starts showing strength here, we still have this bull flag setup that has more of the 45-degree angle I was looking for earlier. We'll see if it gets it. I know as soon as I go check gold, it'll give me a setup and I'll miss it. We'll see how these next couple candles play out. Still in the long. I like how you manage your risk. I usually hold on longer, but it bites me with bigger loss. Yeah, well, that's what I used to do, and I kind of learned the hard way that keeping your losses small is kind of key to coming out on top most days for me. And you know, it psychologically, if you know what your early exit is ahead of time, it helps psychologically. If you have an objective way to exit, when things get wishy-washy and you're kind of unsure of your exit before or while you're sitting in a trade, that can also lead to indecision and bigger losses. So, like for me, I know that, hey, if I'm underwater and if I'm long, the delta's negative, I'm underwater and it ticks against me, I mean, it's better to cut your losses small and just wait for the next setup. But kudos to you for holding out on this one if we end up going long here. All right, we're starting to see a little bit more strength. Might get this bull flag breakout now. We are ticking up. I feel more comfortable if that tick up was above the delta instead of below the delta. But I went ahead and I went long there anyway. What I do like is I'm starting to see this delta turning up like this. It's a good sign. It's not looking so great anymore. Getting another lower high in here. We'll see where we close. Hopefully this is just a little bit of a retest. Signal pulled back up. That's what I want to see. All right, so we didn't officially tick down, but a tick down is my exit. Still, it might end up biting me here. We'll see. Again, I'm hoping this is just a little bit of a retest. And nope, it got me. Just more chop. More sideways chop. Well, if I was a smart man, I might call it a day here, but we'll see where we go. JWaz, Teammaker is a great loss taker. It's part of why even if his win ratio is not high, he still almost always wins each day because losers are small and he knows how to let winners ride. Yeah, that's really the key. You guys have seen, like, I do not hide the fact that my win rate is not very high, but that's because most of my losses are small, and I cut them short early. But I would say, like, overall, if you count like my small losses and break evens, which a lot of, you know, some guys wouldn't even call some of those losses, but it does pull your win rate down. I think mine is closer to like 42% usually. But my winners, you know, when things are moving and you let it ride until you get that exit signal, your risk to reward ratios end up, you know, a lot of times I'll get them in the 20s and like a 20-1 or a 30-1 in some cases. I've had some that were even a lot more than that. It all depends on what the market's doing, what the delta's doing. And if you look at the delta right now, it's just flat and sideways. It's not going anywhere. So there's still no trade. Yeah, usually I'm not down by this much. So this is a bad day for me. GC has a delta squeeze short. Let's check out GC. Yep. Well, let's mark it out. So we'll walk through this for the new people. So what JWaz is pointing out is we have this negative sloping delta, and we have the pull down. We have a tick down underneath the negative sloping delta where the delta is crossing in this upper power zone, crossing the confirmation line, or the confirmation line is near. It doesn't have to be crossing it. It just has to be kind of near it like that. And so this is a short entry from the playbook. Your stop would go over the high. However, we did tick up right here in the lower half. So personally, I would have pulled the plug on that one. But then it continued, it ticked back down right here. So you could be back in at the same level, but then you ticked up. So yes, this is a delta squeeze setup, but the trade itself is not, it's not a great trade. And the reason why is because the delta's just chopping. Like usually if it's going to go, this is all chop right here. So you'd mark this off as chop. You have that thin spotty delta. If it was going to go, usually after this point, the delta candles, what you want to see is you want to see them just get thicker and thicker and thicker and gain momentum on the way down. And actually, a great example of that is last night at 9:27 p.m. I remember the exact time from my tweet. But if we go back, let's just point that out really quick. We'll go back to last night, right here. This is last night. Yeah, 9:27 p.m. So let's run through that again. We have a negative sloping delta. We have the confirmation line near that upper power zone. We have the signal pull down, come back up. The signal ticks down right here. So that's your short entry. And this is what you want to see. You want to see these delta candles gaining momentum and gaining strength. See how they're gaining strength? And it's starting to fall very aggressively. And as it's falling, it's gaining more and more and more strength. And if you can catch these, by the time the delta gets in this lower half, at that point, then you can take it until the delta cross here, or until you get a setup in the other direction. In this particular case, I was a 1-to-7 risk to reward ratio, so that ended up just being the bottom of those wicks right there. But had it not gone that far, my exit would have been where it closed above, well, in this case right here where it closed above the delta, the delta is still relatively thick, so odds are I probably still would not have pulled it then. But then here where you see the delta rising with this positive slope and getting thinner and thinner and thinner, and you see the signal line, see this little stutter right there, how it starts to pull down and then it goes up right away? That's kind of like a little mini delta squeeze right there. So I for sure would have exited the trade and pulled the plug right there where the delta turns positive and you get that little stutter in there. So even had I not got the 1-to-7, still would have got a 4.78 risk to reward on that. This is a textbook example of a delta squeeze setup right here. Looks like NQ is falling apart again. Still stuck in that 15-minute range. We are ticking up near that lower power zone with the tapering delta, so technically this is a long. The reason why it's a long is because we have positive sloping confirmation line with the tapering delta above the confirmation line. but it's not quite in that power zone. So still, anything, and I said this earlier, any signals that we get inside this 50-minute range, you can't really trust them. They're this is just a chop zone right here. On that last candle, it didn't officially tick up, so the current candle is the tick up, and it did dip into that power zone there. Delta is tapering. If you wanted to be more aggressive, a little more risky, this is a long here. If it ticks up in that lower power zone. Looks like we're pushing back down now. The delta has to be tapering or positive, though, so the tick up alone is not good enough. So that does not satisfy the requirement yet. Stealth stopped out. Today sucks. Yes, today sucks. This is one of the worst days I've had in a long time. These days, when you start seeing all these chop boxes on the screen, those are the hardest days to trade. You know, you'll have a good move here and there, like this delta squeeze move right here. That was the best move of this whole day so far, and I missed it. Had I got that, my day I think would look a little different. Let's see. If I was in here, and if I took that until this lower high when the delta turned negative, that would have got me 63 points. And see, right there, I'd be positive for the day on that one win, even after all these losers. Risk management is key to the game. And I know those are coming. That's why I don't really get phased too much if I have a bunch of losers in a row, if I keep them small. Because I know all it takes is that one or two winners to turn everything around. We're getting that tick up in that lower power zone. Delta's tapering a little bit, but it looks like it's wanting to head back down and cross that confirmation line. We're also back on the VWAP. So again, it's a kind of a crapshoot right there. It's not a filet mignon. And it just negated itself anyway. It's no longer ticking up. That's why I wait for the candle close, because things can change right in the last 5 seconds of the candle close. It's another reason why I use that trading timer. Just makes it easier to time your entries. Closing back below VWAP again. You guys remember what I said when we opened today? Remember when I said usually when you open at VWAP, you usually end up chopping VWAP for a good portion of the day? Well, look at that. It's exactly what we've been doing. There we got the tick up from the lower power zone. Delta was crossing the confirmation line and wasn't tapering, so still not a valid long yet. You could also look at this as, now that some of this has played out a little bit, our confirmation line has been hugging the center line. In the playbook, that is when you can identify the market as being in a ranging market condition. When it is ranging, then you can take these power zone tick ups from the bottom power zone and tick downs from the upper power zone. However, you still need the delta to cooperate a little bit. You still want to see it tapering. Stealth, you went back to small positive. Okay, well, if you're positive on the day, that is still a good day. Probably not a bad idea to close up shop, though. Starting to see a little bit more of this chop setting in on the 5-minute. Still chopping on the hourly. Still chopping on the 15. Yeah. Chop City. Jay Waz, I want a filet mignon short. Me too. Hey, we are getting some strength back in that delta. Will it be sustainable, though? And again, we're breaking outside that 15-minute range to the downside. It's so weird how we went back up in there so high. Didn't quite break the range to the top. Now we're back at the bottom. Well, if we can stay outside this 15-minute range, things will probably get good again. And you know what I always say? If we chop in the morning, usually it gets good around lunchtime. So, still not thrown in the towel yet. You know, we did get that tick down here. This candle looks like it might be a little bit bigger than that previous one. It's kind of hard to see. This is why it would also be good to have those objective numbers on the screen if there's a way to measure that. But it looks like it's a little bigger, so technically that satisfies your impulsive move breakout entry on this tick down, which would have been right here. But if you're looking at this as a ranging market condition, and you'd be waiting for the long here instead. See, Delta is definitely showing range style indications. Yep. I would agree. We look left. I mean, this ever since 8:15 this morning, we've been ranging. A good range strategy, I can't remember if I pointed this out in the playbook, but a good range strategy is to not necessarily take the first tick ups from the power zones, but if you wait for like the lower highs and the higher lows, those are usually pretty good. So like in this case, here's the first lower high. Still, I mean, still quite a bit of drawdown in this one. The first higher low down here, yeah, you would have got stopped out there. But do you see all this bullish divergence? Price kept making lower lows, and the signal's making higher lows this whole time right here. So I actually didn't even notice that until just now. If I would have noticed that earlier, I probably would have been looking for the long here. That's probably why that long really shot up right there. But generally speaking, like, see, there's a higher low right here, the green triangle, right off the open. That ended up moving pretty good. A long here for you would have been a higher low, right? Yeah, well, yeah, a higher low with a tapering delta or a positive delta. Yep. So see, we're tapering right now, but it's not, you got to time it right. I don't want to just jump in just because it's tapering. So I'd like to see that, you know, signal come down a little bit and show me a higher low. Something like that. You took one trade at open and haven't taken anything else. Well, good for you, because this is a good way to lose money by taking trades in there. Notice how we came right back to that pivot line. Bounced off that pivot line again. Delta showing more strength to the downside. We're getting a tick down. That is technically an impulsive breakout entry to the downside, potentially. If you think that we're going to get out of this range, you could go for it. So yeah, what are the odds that we break out of this range here? Are we just retesting the range and gonna head lower? You know, I tried to do that earlier with that. You know, there's one over here where I tried, and that's where I got smacked. So I'm not gonna do that. Look, we're already tapering again. Now you can lower your risk a little bit by entering on the 8. If you did that, your entry would have been right there. It already wicked to the 8. And I really like those entries because usually you can move your stop to break even almost immediately. So like right now, if you took that, you could have your stop at break even and lower your risk a little bit. Still sitting on top of this pivot. So will she bounce here? Or will we continue to go lower? Delta's tapering a little bit, so it's still an iffy situation. Well, if I did get in on the 8, I would have been out at break even right there. There's our higher low. We do have a tapering delta. I can go ahead and try a long on the 8 here. Since it does satisfy that requirement, the delta's turning positive again. Just got picked up on the 8. We don't want to see the signal tick down here. And we just closed back under the 8, which is something I don't want to see. We'll see if she can pull back up. That delta's still negative and thin. It's not looking great at the moment. We'll see if she can pull out of this, though. And I pulled it. We ended up ticking down. Small loser. You know the winter's coming. It's right around the corner. The market is just very janky so far. That delta still has that, well, it's pretty flat, but it's got an overall negative slope to it. And it is very weak and negative. So the buyers aren't there, so this could easily just fall apart and head lower. It's not a fine dining experience for the filet mignon. You're right, it's not. It's not. Now that delta's getting a little bit more strength to the downside. Still not ideal though. Like you don't want to see the signal go above the delta and tick down in the green zone. Like that's usually not a great entry. You know, when it has momentum, it's going to tick down under that delta. It won't ever get above it. So that just tells you like there's, you know, it's just more market indecision. And when the market's indecisive, the odds of it going either way are more 50-50. I'm going to go ahead and grab a refill. Maybe that will spark the market to do something. Did that do it? Anything happening yet? No. I do see more chop on the one. And that alternating delta. Still more indecision. Still sitting on top of that pivot line. Still chopping that 8 too. We do have 2 consecutive higher lows on the signal, which is bullish. You know, I would prefer to see the market fall apart though underneath this 15-minute range and just free fall. It is free fall Friday after all. I would rather see that than have this go up again, but It's looking like it wants to turn up here. Short setting up on NQ. Yeah, possible. Signals in the red zone. We're back to VWAP. I've had enough of the VWAP chop. We're back above the 50. Delta's actually gaining some steam here. We're outside my chop box now. So the buyers are stepping back up to the plate. If you were taking higher lows, your entry would have been here. Back at the daily open. I think today might be a doji day. Signal line back up to that upper power zone. It's barely in there though. Didn't quite make it. You know, we are making somewhat of a W here. We did make a higher low from over here. I suppose we could form a giant W and blast out of the top of this range. Potentially. However, we are ticking down from that upper power zone that is pretty bearish, especially with this tapering delta that we have now. Stealth, you're cutting it quits. Yeah, you have a great weekend too. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully Monday's better than today. We did close back under that 8 again. Delta's starting to roll over, turning negative. I would just feel a lot more comfortable about a short there if we actually made it into that upper power zone, or get a lower high with a delta that's turning over. Such a weird market today. Let's look at some other time frames. This is the 2-minute. So those power zones on the 2, looks like they might have worked. Here's the 3-minute. 3-minute looks kind of nasty. Here's the 5-minute. Ugh, yucky. But on the 5-minute, let's say that you were taking these power zone entries. You would have been short here. Of course, you would have had to have a massive stop on that. And then this, well, see, by the time this ticks up down here and you have a positive delta, price is already way up here. So there's like, there's no room on the 5-minute to make any money when it's doing that. That's why I still prefer the 1. At least there's still somewhat of some swings in here. More choppy delta on the 1. You know, when it's doing this sort of thing, another thing that you could also do is still take the signals, but just look for shorter targets. You know, like if you're looking for, well, let's look at these last couple. Well, that one was a small loser, but say you took this next higher low right here. Let's see how high it ran. About 35 points. So if you're looking for 30 points there, that would have been a winner. Or even just 10 points. Here's another higher low in the green zone. So far, it's run 15 points. So if you're looking for 10, you would have got that. So you can still make money when it's chopping if you shorten your targets a little bit. My problem is I like to go for the bigger moves. But all those smaller winners, they all add up. Gonna go ahead and flip all of the higher time frames to neutral since there really is no direction on any of those. Still not a whole lot to do here. So will we end up making this big W pattern and shooting out of the top there? It's looking like that's what it might want to do. We're starting to see a little bit of strength come back in that delta. Had a decent scalp on MicroStrategy this morning. That's nice. 2 for 2 today for you. Hey, did Bitcoin break 100K yet? What's going on over there? We're getting close. We're over 99. Curious what will happen after we actually hit 100K. Is it going to fall apart? Is everybody going to take profit? Or is it going to fly? That's the big question. XRP trade is looking pretty good, up about 26% on that. My ADA trade is looking really good, up about 22.5% on that one. Looks like I'm underwater in Solana a little bit. My Link trade is looking good. Those are bot trades, by the way. All right, we did tick down from that upper power zone. Had a little bit of a tapering delta on there, so we also have a trend line here to be aware of. We are starting to put in a lower high tick down on that upper power zone. We do have a tapering delta. Technically, it satisfies our requirement. However, this was kind of an aggressive move up on this delta, so it's a little risky. If we're still ranging here, this is the entry. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a shot. I am short. If we're building a somewhat of a broadening formation, you can expect it to take out potentially this low here, maybe even this low down here. We'll see if it can expand that way. Our ATR number did come down a little bit. We're sitting at a 52 right now. So our 80 tick stop should be okay. Well, it's actually shorter now because I'm using the high. So that's risking 14 points. Starting to see a little bit of buyers stepping in. The delta starting to turn positive a little bit on that delta. So we want to see it push down from this 8. We don't want to see it close above the 8. We are starting to tick up above the delta in that upper half. But hopefully on this candle we push back down. Now if it ticks up here and I'm underwater, I'm pulling the plug. If I'm not underwater, I'm setting it at break even. All right, I'm at break even because we did end up ticking up. I could have took the small winner there, but looking for a bigger move. And it took me out. Another break even for the day. Need to start getting some follow through in some of these. We did tick up above the delta, which is bullish, but it's still not, it's not a great setup. You have this trend line as resistance. The delta is like super thin and weak. So might end up getting a lower high tick down here. If the delta starts to roll over more, I might jump back in short. But if the delta can start gaining some strength here and start climbing, then we could expand to the upside. Starting to put in that lower high tick down. Delta's still weak, but it's flat. It's not really rolling over. Not yet. It is weak though. Might give it one more shot here. All right, I'm short on that lower high. Starting to see the delta roll over a little bit more here. That's positive for me. We are sitting on top of this 21 EMA though for support or potential support here. So I would like to see that. It's this green line right here. That's the 20. 20 or 21, I can't remember what I got in there. That delta's starting to flash positive again. That's more chops setting in. Hopefully we continue rolling over here. Still didn't tick up, so I'm still in the trade. But as Jay Waz would say, it's not really a filet mignon, so kind of want to keep a short leash on this one. Starting to break down outside my chop box, which is a good sign. Still need to see more sellers step in. I don't want to see it consolidate here and then break higher. Starting to see that positive delta flashing back in there, so probably gonna end up pulling it here. All right, I pulled it at break even. I didn't want to wait for the tick up just because I saw that the delta was flashing positive. I want to see more strength come into that delta in the direction that I'm trading. So if you don't see it, it's usually better just to pull it. JWAS, I think it's tiny scalp territory right now. Yeah, I would agree with you. We also can't forget that we've kind of been consolidating here. We got our pole, we got our flag. This is technically a bull flag breakout. We did tick up from the green zone. It touched it. It's right there on the midline. I prefer when they go a little deeper than that. But if you had this mapped out as your pole, your flag from the playbook, your trend line, your bull flag breakout entry is this tick up from the green zone right here. I didn't take it though. The only reason why I didn't take it is because it's just been so choppy and more range-like. So I was thinking more short from that territory right there. So it's officially lunchtime in New York. So does that mean the market's going to start moving good again right now? That's what I've been holding out for. I've been holding out for the lunchtime action. Normally lunchtime sucks, but when it's been chopping all morning, lunch is usually good. Otherwise, I would have called it by now. So far, it looks like that bull flag breakout entry from the playbook would have worked. Again, you got your pole, like right here. Then you got your consolidation, 45-degree angle sloping consolidation downward. And your tick up with a positive delta. So far that ran, looks like 18 points. It's just very difficult trading today. It's hard to have any confidence in any of these setups right now. This is more of what I would call advanced trading. If you can be profitable when it's doing all this nasty price action, kudos to you. BTC pumping? Yeah. I think we're going to hit 100 today. I mean, we're so close. What? We only have 0.75% to get there. It's like $750, which you know Bitcoin can do in 2 minutes. I don't know if you guys can hear the heavy breathing behind me. That's not me. It's my dog. It's Ellie. Hi, Ellie. Do you want to say hi? Let me see if I can get her in the camera. Hi. Can you guys see down here? Let me see. With my chair. No, she don't want to come up. She's a yellow lab. She's kind of big. I can't really pick her up. I thought maybe she'd sit up more. Well, this bull flag breakout isn't really breaking out here. It's kind of fizzling out so far. However, you know, when it does this kind of thing, you still got to keep drawing these. Because you could get another, I mean, because technically we have another flagpole right here, right there. You got another consolidation. And so it could just set itself up again. So like right now, we're starting to get this tick up above a positive delta. It's not official, but it is lunchtime. It is right on schedule for this to start moving. So I think I'm going to go long here if this ticks up and the delta still looks consistent. Will we get our tick up? Right now it's putting in a lower high on the signal line. Oh, we did end up getting it. So I went long there. Even though it's a down closing candle, but sometimes I prefer those because usually it turns around right away. So again, we marked the pole, we marked the consolidation, downward sloping trend line. We have our rising delta. It's a consistently rising delta with a tick up above the delta. So even though that tick up was small, it still counts. And so far, so good. All right, let's see this lunchtime action kick into gear. I got some points I gotta make up here. You know, this trend line up here is probably going to continue to provide a little bit of resistance if we get up there and hit that. We don't want to see it tick down yet. We want to see it continue. If it ticks down and I'm in the green, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Teammaker, have you ever done radio before? I feel like you have a radio. No, I have never done radio before. And I had never thought of myself as having a radio voice. Maybe that's my calling that I've been missing all these years. Yes, you have. You are doing it now, I suppose. Like I said, I'm new to this whole streaming thing. So we'll see how things play out here. You know, I started this without really any sort of goal in mind. You know, started out more of, I guess, more of an experiment than anything to see if I could trade and talk at the same time and to see if it would actually maybe help my psychology by helping me focus. Because when I trade by myself, a lot of times I lose focus if I start watching other YouTube videos and start doing other things. It's really easy to kind of lose focus, and then I end up missing setups. So that was a big reason why I wanted to start doing this in the first place. All right, we did tick down there, so my stop is at break even. Looks like it might want to just fall apart here. Still hasn't hit me yet. Came really close. Don't fall apart yet. Come on, market. And it got me. Another break even. Well, that one went 18 points before it came back down. Go ahead and add another break even to the board. The delta also flashed negative there. I don't know if you guys can see that. So, you know, you don't want to see it losing steam. You're trying to catch a momentum move. You don't want it to, if it starts to lose steam and you're looking for momentum, it's better just to break even, be out of the trade as it wants to chop sideways or whatever it's going to do. Stream's really great. Super happy you do this. Well, good. I'm happy that you are happy. Hopefully other people find value in it too. Even though today isn't a very good today is not a typical example of how my days usually go. And JWAS, you know this. You have traded with me for quite some time now. So I'm sure you can attest to this is not really normal for me to be in for a 58-point loss. But hey, the day's not over. A lot of times I'll come back second half of the day, but I don't know if I'll stream the whole day. Yeah, today's market, it's really in the advanced zone, advanced trading. But, you know, I mean, we've sort of proven over and over again that if you're looking for smaller targets, I mean, there's still lots of winners in there. And maybe that's why, maybe I just need to shift my focus and focus on smaller targets instead. You know what? Let's do that. So what have we been seeing? These have been going, what, about, this one went 18. What did this one go? This one went 19 points. This one here, it went like 46 points. So, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's just move to like 18 points as a target and see if we start putting some winners on the board. So that's like 70. We'll go with 70 ticks. I'll set my take profit to 70 ticks. We'll see if we start doing better that way. You know, as soon as you do this, the big move will happen. I know exactly what's going to happen. As soon as I do that, then we're going to start getting the moves that I was looking for. But, you know, if I can get 70 ticks and start stacking a few of those up, then hopefully I'll get back to break even and then I could go back to my normal program. One thing we have to also keep in mind is that this could be the start of a grindy uptrend, which I hate those. You know, if you're going to go into a trend, I much prefer that it be like more of a momentum style trend. But these grindy trends, just don't really like those. You know, where we sit on top of this 20 EMA, but it's just, it looks like it doesn't really go anywhere and it just slowly grinds up. Not a big fan of those market conditions. I have.
I got my tattoo.
That's a cool tattoo. Where did you get that?
From my school.
From your school?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to say hi
To who?
to the world, to YouTube?
Hi.
This is my daughter, Evelyn. Say hi, Ev.
Hi.
Here, can you see your face up there?
Yes.
Wave.
I put it.
Evelyn's not in school today. She's going to a hockey tournament with her brother. Right?
Right.
Jawa says hi. Torres Trade says hi.
Mm-hmm.
Is that cool?
Yes. That.
What? You guys leaving
Soon.
soon?
Soon. And we're going to a hotel.
Going to a hotel.
Yeah.
Fun.
And we stay for 2 nights.
Hotels are fun because they got what?
Pools.
Swimming pools. Yep.
And I always go to the hotels. I always go to hotels when I go there.
Mm-hmm.
I go to a hotel.
Yes, you do.
Yes, sweetheart.
All right, Mom wants you to put your boots on.
Okay. I have like 4 books in here that we can read at night time.
Okay.
Looks like we might be making a little bit of a broadening formation here. Here, let's get rid of some of my trend lines on here. Just to clean it up a little bit. So we're starting to put in these lower lows now. So we're putting in higher highs and lower lows. That's pretty hard to trade on a shorter time frame, like the 1 minute. Well, that's not technically true. I mean, even on the 1 minute, you can get bigger broadening formations. But when they're tiny broadening formations like this, it's really easy to get caught on the wrong side of things. But, after it takes out this low, you can expect it to come back up, take out the high, potentially come back, take out the low again, and it'll continue doing that until it chooses which direction it's going to expand. It always leads to expansion at some point. You just never know if it's going to expand to the upside or expand to the downside. So, and we are seeing a little bit more strength come back into the delta for the downside. But we also have the signal line in that lower power zone. So this could easily be a long setup back to the upside forming. Taurus trades. Hey Tommy, how long before you were able to trade full time? I started full time just under 2 years ago, and it hasn't always been smooth sailing, that's for sure. But it's easier now than it was a year ago. What's up?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Are you all packed?
Yes. I can do it.
I'll bring this for you too.
Look how straight up.
It's the
All right, we are getting that tick up from that lower power zone. We have a hammer candle there, which is positive. We did take out those prior lows. So it is gearing up for a potential long entry here. Delta's still gaining more momentum to that downside. So we're waiting to see not only a tick up, but we want to see that Delta tapering too. Might just be taking a little bit longer to put the brakes on here. Or we could be starting to expand to the downside. We'll see. But I mean, chances of that I think are pretty slim that the signal's already down at the bottom of the indicator. I mean, it could push lower, but I think the probability is higher that we're going to tick up here. Taurus trades, that's awesome. Yeah, you know, I should clarify, like, this is not the only thing that I do. I've owned my own business since 2007. I've been in more of the web development side of things, I guess you'd say. So I've been a developer. Started out as a Java developer out of college and worked for a big consulting firm, and I quit that and became a full-time professional photographer, and I was a photographer for a while, and then I created this software for professional photographers to run their photography business. It was called Redcart, and I ran that from 2007 until a couple years ago, actually, and then I shut it down. And but there's a lot of other things that I kind of do on the side too. I build websites for people and other businesses, and do some freelance coding work. So yeah, I kind of have a lot of things that I juggle on my plate. This is just one of them. You all ready to go?
Yes.
Looks like we might start a little bit of an expansion to the downside here. But, you know, this also could be just a bigger broadening formation. So that's still along that trend line at the top there. It might be looking to take out this low. So maybe get something like that.
Two. Tattoo. High tattoo.
High tattoo?
High tattoo.
Hold on a sec, Ev. We're starting to get a tick up here. The delta is crossing under that confirmation line. So we did have a little bit of a slider there at the bottom. So probably better off waiting for like a higher low. Well, I don't know. It's bouncing pretty good on that that session VWAP. That's that orange line. went ahead and jumped in a long on this candle body overlap consolidation right there. So where is 70 ticks is only right there. Now, if we are in a broadening formation, we can expect this to actually come up and take out this high, which would be 34 points. So do I play the short game or the long game here? I do got to step away for a second. I'm going to go say goodbye, so I will be right back. All right, I am back, and I did not get stopped out. Awesome. All right, love you.
Good weekend.
Bye-bye. You too. All right, finally, some peace and quiet. Can everybody hear me? I muted my mic there for a second. Okay, so initially I was going for 70 ticks, but I don't know. This high is looking better to me, so I moved my TP up, kind of breaking my plan there. But if we are in this potential broadening formation here, then we can expect to go back up to that high. What did I miss here in the chat? Rashawn Singh, do elite funded trader. Pass and help us to pass, please. Elite funded program is going crazy and we want you to help in it. I have never looked at Elite Funded Trader, but I will check it out. And yeah, if we can all trade together and help each other out a little bit, it could be fun. All right, I'm still in this long. Delta is starting to turn back up now. It is positive, but it's weak. It's a weak positive. It did cross under that confirmation line, so we want to watch out for a tick down in this red zone. That is I mean, usually with these broadening formations, if it takes out that low, it usually will shoot back up to that high fairly quickly. So if it does hesitate and we tick down there with this delta under the confirmation line, then I'm going to pull the plug. But usually these moves can be pretty good. Like once you start seeing this play out, we should shoot back up, hopefully take out that high, and then start to see some expansion pretty soon. T-Maker, I'm finding that your candles are delayed and are behind mine by about 10 seconds or so. You know, I was wondering about that. I was wondering if the stream, I mean, I would assume that there's probably somewhat of a delay just because it takes time to, you know, for all the video information to get pushed through to YouTube and then have it stream out, or however it works. Wondering if it's the stream delay thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking in Quantower on my left. I'm looking in TradingView, and I mean, they're pretty much in sync. So I don't have any delay on my end. So the delay that you're seeing is definitely the stream. And I noticed that when I start the stream, you know, I'll start the stream and I'll start talking into the mic, and then I wait on, well, because I have the stream opened on another machine, and I wait to see if I can hear myself talk, if the audio's coming through, and there's usually about like a 10-second delay. So I think that's the stream. Yeah. All right, we're still seeing those delta candles heading up. This is exactly what we want to see. Now, normally I would not target this high, but with the way that today's been going, I feel like I just need to get a winner in the bag. So normally I would wait to see if it takes out the high, and then if we get any sort of rejection there. But I think just to throw a winner in the bag, I'm just going to target the high. Assuming it'll be a winner. We don't know that it'll be a winner yet. Because it could take out that high and just continue to expand up. All right, and we got it. So there's, finally we throw a winner in the bag. 34.5 points. Glad I didn't go with the 70 ticks on that one. Now see, now it's going to start running. I'm going to regret doing that. What was that? What did I say that was? 34.5. There we go. That took a good chunk out of my losses. Now I just need one or two more and get back to positive for the day. Taurus trades him out for 30 points on 2 micros. Awesome. So now that we took out that high, the other thing that you need to watch for is for this to potentially give you another sell signal and then roll back down here and then take out this low. If the broadening formation is going to continue to play out. Uh-oh, Sarif is back. He's out of timeout. With positive energy. Good. Let's keep it positive in here, guys. Positivity is good. You know, there's so much negativity in the trading space. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but just all around, like in all of the other streams and groups and things that I've been a part of, it just seems like there's so much negativity. Be nice to create a positive space here for everybody, right? So we'll see if price wants to continue to expand and get above that broadening formation. So far, we have we're ticking up above a rising positive delta with I mean, technically this is a bull flag entry. I just don't like to take them on a broadening formation like that because the chances of it rolling over is pretty high. But technically that is a long setup there. That's the close of that candle right there. That's this tick up above a rising strong delta. So we'll see what she does here. We'll see if that's a failed breakout or if it ends up getting us out of this range that we've been stuck in all day. Oh, shoot. I just noticed that my take profit didn't fully take me out of my position. I'm still in like 4 contracts. Weird. Sometimes I see that. That used to happen to me way more in Ninja Trader than it does Quantower. But hey, I guess I mean, that's kind of bad that I didn't notice it until now, but hey, as long as it keeps climbing here, that's good for me. So I will keep a close eye on this. We are ticking down from that upper power zone. We have a little bit of tapering. If we close under this 8, I'm just going to pull it. All right, we closed under the 8. So part of my position was out on that high, and the rest of it I took out here. So I really got like 39 3/4 points on some of that. What's your usual position size? Well, you know, it depends on what I'm seeing in the charts, but typically I trade usually between 3 and 5 micros. I never really trade full minis. When I do, I just kind of get myself in trouble. And I think it's more of like a psychological thing, I think, because I get more worried if I'm in like a full mini and then I make different decisions. But when I'm trading micros, I feel more relaxed. I think I make better decisions. I see the market clearer. So, and you can still make really good money with, you know, trading 3 to 5 micros. Sometimes I push it a little bit. Like on that one, I pushed it a little bit. I was in 8 micros on that one. So we still could roll over here. You know, that yellow line might still play out, so we're watching for it. We did get our delta cross in that upper power zone, which is usually a good sell signal. It's not in the playbook, but usually it's a decent signal. Delta's still tapering here, so Delta's starting to roll over a little bit, so I'm going to try a short on the 8 if I can get it. Delta's starting to flash negative. Well, guys, I might have missed the bus on that one. But maybe not completely. We could still see this signal come up, tick down with falling delta, the negative slope. That would be our delta squeeze. So sometimes this could take a little longer to play out. So we'll be patient. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my order on the 8 though. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it there for now. All right, I just got picked up, but I want this to be a wick. I don't want it to close above my entry here because we are above the 8. $855.25 is where I'm in. If it closes above the 8, I'm pulling the plug. All right, I'm out. Break even. That was a quick one. We still might get this delta squeeze here, so we're going to be patient, wait for it. Or it might decide to just continue expanding to the upside. But if the short presents itself, then we're going to jump back in. Still no 100K Bitcoin, but it's grinding up. It's working at it. Do we have a down-sloping delta is the question. Yeah, sorta. So will we get our tick down below the delta? Nope. I think we just closed on or above the delta. So that setup is now invalid. I mean, we are starting to tick down now. It's a little late. It's not a filet mignon. Now we're back above the delta. It never did tick down there. Looks like we're about to test that upward sloping trend line again. The top of the broadening formation. Do have a little bit of bearish divergence setting in. We have higher highs on the price and putting in a lower high on the signal. That delta is rising though. See that? So you don't want to see that if you're trying to short there. So it's not a good short setup. Not yet. And you know, with all this nonsense that we were doing earlier today, you would think that now that we're back up here that it would want to expand higher. So that's probably what it's working on. It's probably just trying to grind through all the people trying to short that broadening formation. And once we get through it, get above this trend line, we might start to see some blue sky. But we still have the possibility of this broadening formation continuing back to the downside. So I'm going to keep this on here just to remind us to look for it. We are getting a little bit of a bull flag breakout here. We're getting our tick up above that consolidation, which coincides with the top of that broadening formation. So still, it's a little risky, but everything in the cumulative delta supports it. We got the rising delta, it's getting stronger. Looks like we are breaking the top of that broadening formation now. A lot of times when we get outside that 15-minute range, it likes to come back and retest it. So we'll pull this over just to see if we get a little retest of the range. Looks like it's trying to fall back in. Delta is tapering. We did close back under the delta. But there's still no clear short signal yet. Or long signal. So just waiting to see what happens here. This is still a possibility, by the way. Delta looks like it is getting a little stronger. We're getting a thicker delta candle. We could tick up here. If we do, it's not ideal. It's not a filet mignon. It's in the red zone, but it is retest off that 15-minute range, which still could be a valid long setup here. If this delta stays flat and positive like that, taking this tick up from the red zone might not be a bad idea. I would prefer if we can get it in the green zone. But we have been using this 20 as support. It is reacting off that 15-minute range. We are getting the tick up. Delta's still positive. It's not rolling over yet. Still could roll over. But, I mean, things are looking pretty good for a long expansion, potentially. I don't know. I don't know on this one. If I don't know, I should probably just sit on my hands. I mean, this signal could easily just come up here, go like this, and delta can continue to roll over, go negative. That's our delta squeeze short. which is why, I mean, the probability of that is probably a little bit higher than the long here. We are getting that tick down. Delta is flashing negative at the moment. I went ahead and jumped in short there. That is on the close of this candle, this tick down under a negative sloping and flashing negative delta. That's usually the tipping point where you want to jump in. Now, we could still bounce off this 15-minute range, but if we can get this to fall back down to that low, that would be a nice trade. We also closed underneath that 8 SMA, which is a positive sign for the bears. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see this signal tick back up, especially if I'm underwater. If that happens, that will be an early exit for me. It's trying to tick up now, but it's not official yet. The 5-minute and the 15 are actually pretty bullish right now. I haven't looked at those in a while. Something to keep in mind. Still got about 17 seconds on this candle. Delta is still turning down, flashing negative. Our trade is still good at the moment. We're starting to lose that 20 EMA. If we can get this trade back down to that low, it'll be about 65 points. We still haven't officially lost the 20. It tried, but we're starting to climb back above it. And now we officially closed underneath. Just need a few more bears to step in and start pushing her down. Again, we don't want to see the signal tick up here. If we do, that is our early exit. We are starting to flash positive. Not a good sign. We flashed it. It wasn't official. However, we did close above that 8, so it's got one more chance here. It has to flush, or I'm pulling it. Not flushing, so I'm out. That was 2.75, small loss. Still could play out. We just have we have some chops setting in on the delta here. We have that alternating thin delta. So I'll go ahead and mark that out. All right, now we're starting to put in our second lower high on the signal. But we are entering, like I said, this little choppy area here. So looks like the delta is actually trying to turn back up. But not a clear long or short here, so I'm going to sit out for now. JWAS, good green delta on higher time frames. Yeah, I noticed that while I was in the middle of that trade. I should probably go ahead and update these. The 15-minute is bullish now. The 5-minute is bullish now. And the hourly is also bullish. So we are in full bull mode. It's just one of those choppy grinds up, it looks like. I haven't completely thrown this idea off the table yet, because we're still under the top of that broadening formation. That delta is still very weak. Starting to flash negative again. We are getting a tick down from that red zone. So, you know, usually after the first one fails, I might take another one. And if that one fails, and I'm definitely, you know, stopping after that. You want the first one to do what it's supposed to. When it starts to set and chop like this, if you keep taking those and they keep failing, you can set yourself up to have a pretty big loss. But usually 2 is okay. I might give this one another shot here, because the delta still is very weak and negative. All right, I'm back in for the short. Give this one more chance here for the breakdown. I'm in at 865.50. Keep in mind, this is a choppy area, so it is high risk. Delta's still kind of flashing positive there. I want to see more sellers step in and keep that negative. Looks like the delta's starting to round down a little bit more. That delta candle's getting a little bit thicker, so the sellers are starting to overpower those buyers. We're still sitting on top of that 15-minute range, though, which can act as support still. We got the 50 EMA we still have to get through. Working on the 50 right now. If we can get this down to that low, we're looking at potentially 64 points. That would turn my negative day into a positive day. I think every one of the last 6 streams have been positive green days, so we don't want today to break that winning streak. We are back inside that 15-minute range, so it looks like we lost the 50. We have the 200 to get through next, if we can get there. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even. Delta's really tapering now. We're getting that tick up from the green zone, so this might be a break-even trade here. Yep, break even again. So how much did that one go before? That went 18 and a quarter. So if I stuck with my 70 ticks, I would have got that. If I was, look at that. What are the chances of that? It's like right there on the end of that wick. Puts me at 8 break-evens for the day. And I think most of those would have been winners had I looked for smaller targets. But we're still dealing with this choppy delta. See that? With a failed breakout to the downside after a consolidation, this might actually turn into a good long here. Potentially expand up. But at the same time, what you need to watch for and anticipate are the other potential setups from the playbook. So we have our delta cross. Whenever that happens, you want to watch for this signal to pull into the upper half and then tick down. Tick down below a weak and falling delta. So it still might be a short here. Sometimes they just take a lot longer to play out. But that's something to try to anticipate and put on your radar ahead of time. That is your, what do you call it? The uptrend reversal entry in the playbook. I think that's what I called it. Let's pull up the playbook quick. Let's see. Key concepts and patterns. Uptrend reversal strategy. So, sequence order. So you had to be in an uptrend, which we were, and not sustained. Delta closes below the confirmation line, which it just did. And the signal pulls down, and then the signal ticks down from the red zone while the delta is still weak. So here's an example of that. We closed under the confirmation line, signal pulls up, ticks down under a weak delta, and down she goes. So that's what we're anticipating here. Oh, and we're getting our tick down right now in about 14 seconds. Go back to my main scene here. And I am short again. Three times the charm, right? We still have our weak delta. It's still falling. It's still under the confirmation line. We did get our lower high tick down from the red zone. So this satisfies all of our criteria. We're still looking to take out this low down here. It's just taken its own time. If we could get that, that's still 58.5 points. Come on, market. Just give us some follow-through, please. I've had enough of this choppy action for today. Go ahead and move that over so we can see a little bit better. Delta is gaining some strength back to the downside. VWAP is also right there at this low. So there's some confluence there. JWAS, I took the delta squeeze, but only for a scalp. I'm already out. Well, good. A winner's a winner. I still think there's a lot more downside here. After you have, you know, a lot of times when it chops around and grinds the way it does, when it finally breaks that grind, usually you get a decent move out of it. It would be nice to see a big old flush right about now. Just hammer it down here. So far, it's gone 19.75 points. So if I had my 18-point target, I would have hit it, but I'm still looking for that big, juicy filet mignon. I gotta take a bite out of at least one today. I do like what I'm seeing in the Delta right now, though. I like how this is more of an aggressive downward angle. We are ticking up from that lower power zone, so we got to be aware of that, but it might just have maybe a couple little pit stops along the way. We're still under that 8 SMA, so I don't want to pull the plug just yet. I'm looking for the bigger move. If you want to secure a bag and have something that's for sure, you can definitely take your profit on that tick up. But yeah, I think revisiting VWAP makes some sense here in the daily open. Turn today into a doji day. Still didn't get the tick up. We're still gaining some momentum in that delta. I would like to see a lot more. I want to see more of a flush. Be nice to see it flush right through that 200. I could go ahead and move my stop to break even. Hey, if you guys haven't hit that like button, please hit the like, subscribe if you're not subscribed. We're trying to get to 200 subscribers today. Can we get there? What are we at now? I think when we started, we were at 190 some. Looks like we're at 198 now, just shy of 200. If we hit 200 today, I'll have to have a little bit of a celebration tonight. Big 200 subscriber milestone. I know that's nothing. That's such a small number. But hey, I just started doing this, so we'll see where we go from here. On my other YouTube channel, I don't know if you guys know this, I have another YouTube channel where I do a bunch of woodworking stuff. I have a shop in the garage. If you search my name on YouTube, Tommy Tompkins, you will see my other channel. On that channel, I have like 44,000 subscribers, something like that. But I haven't posted a video there in years, so just haven't had time to do any fun stuff in the shop. Still have that delta headed down. We want to see that delta make it to the green zone. We want to see those delta candles get bigger, which would indicate that the sellers are starting to capitulate. We're sitting right on top of the 200 now, so we'll see if it can gain a footing here or if we slice right through. We are ticking up from that lower power zone, and the delta is tapering a little bit. If you wanted to secure your profits, it's not a bad point to do it. I'm still looking for the bigger move. So I'm going to hold through this. We're still below the 8. It would make sense to pause at the 200, so as long as we can stay below that 8, as long as that delta keeps heading down, gonna end up holding here. Starting to climb back above the 8. Delta is tapering really thin. So we'll see what she does here. Flush it, flush it, flush it. If we start to gain support on this 8, I'm just going to pull the plug. I want to see it close back below. Got about 15 seconds. It's also a little bit of a bear flaggy looking setup. All right. I pulled it there. Small winner. Looks like 16.75 points. Well, we're inching back up here. May I ask, what is your daily profit average? Well, on average, I'd probably say around 75 points is probably my average, but I have days where I have 300 points. There's days where I have minus 50 points. So yeah, you have to kind of average it all out. But most days, I don't know, probably 75 to 100 points, somewhere in there. You go look at my most recent live streams, that kind of gives you an idea. However, those live, keep in mind, those live streams is just like usually the morning. I usually don't stream all day. So if you're really looking at like from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Time, there's opportunity all throughout the day. So even when I quit the stream, I usually jump back into trades, and Jay Waz on here can probably attest to what my average typically is. Throw the indicators away, get a second monitor, set up the top 8 charts up there with VWAP, and learn to combine that with trading the NQ. Well, I've done that before, but I have had the most success with this cumulative delta, so I'm going to stick with it. Still have my eye on that low over there. This could just be a little pullback in the ride down. The delta's still negative. We are ticking down. It is in the green zone. However, this is our impulsive move breakout from the playbook. We have that thicker delta candle forming. Now it's not as thick as it was before. Still didn't enter. I'm waiting on this one. Actually, I'm going to see if I can grab it off the 8 there. I might miss it. I might miss the ride. But yeah, that is that's the impulsive breakout entry move from the playbook. If anyone else grabbed that, that would have been right here. I put my order on the 8, thinking I could get a little bit better price. But well, still might pick me up here. We'll see. Will it pick me up on the 8? Very close. This is also potential double bottom setup on top of that 200 though, so you got that going against you. But as long as the delta still supports it, and we don't tick up here, we're starting to tick up now, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the plug on that. I canceled my order. We're getting this higher low in the green zone. It's not official, but we're flashing positive. It just doesn't look good. It is not a filet mignon. Starting to flash our chop signal here. We're going from negative to positive to negative to positive. It shows market indecision. Also a little bit of bullish divergence here. We got lower lows on the price. And we got lower lows on price, higher low on the signal. Another reason to get out of your short if you were short there. Starting to see that delta turn positive again. That bullish divergence might end up playing out here for a move to the upside. But we're still bearish on the 1. The signal is under a falling delta. Confirmation line's falling. So I'm still waiting for a short entry. It's just tough getting any follow through today on any of these setups. I think this is my longest stream so far. Only reason why I've been sticking around is because we had such a crappy morning, and usually if the morning is chop, it starts to get better around lunchtime. So I was trying to hold out for some lunchtime action, but I don't know if we're going to get it. It might just do this all day. So I'll stick around for a little bit longer, but if I don't see things start to move, I'm probably just going to end it. You know, what would be nice is if I can turn this negative day into a green day before I go. We're getting closer. I only have 10 more points to go. Maybe I should just make a 11-point trade and get back to break even and call it there. We'll see. Those targets are definitely easier to hit, it looks like. Technologist, thank you for streaming. If you weren't live, I wouldn't have found the stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. I hope more people will find the stream. You know, if this was more of a normal day, I think it would be a little bit more exciting for you new people to see how well the strategy normally works. Today just kind of, I don't know, it's so nasty. If we just look back here and you see all of these chop boxes, it's just a nasty day. I mean, there's a little bit of, like here, this is more normal right there. There was a good move that we captured there, but I mean, those are few and far between. Most days do not look this nasty. I subbed as well. Well, thanks for subscribing. Did we get to the 200 yet? I can't see my live number. I'm not sure if we're there. I think we only needed 2 more. We are ticking down near that upper power zone. If that delta stays weak, this would technically be a potential short entry that is in the works. Will we get follow through on it? I don't know, because the market really sucks today. 205. Holy cow. So we are gaining some steam here. 5 seconds. Looks like my short is presenting itself, so I just jump back in. Still trying to take out that low, that swing low. It's just been kind of grinding down here, but I don't know if we're going to get it. I am short at, looks like 839. Kind of risky still with all this chop. This is what you want to try to avoid doing. Don't necessarily do what I'm doing here. When there's all this chop, you're better off sometimes just walking away. Otherwise, you end up almost forcing trades, and anytime you're trying to force things to happen, that's never a good idea. However, this does satisfy the exact requirements in the playbook for a short, so that's why I'm taking it. But this delta is still very thin and spotty, and that's any trades you take when the delta is thin and spotty like that. Those are higher risk trades. Better off walking away. But I'm feeling a little risky today, so Do you trade full time? Sort of, kind of, sort of. I trade every day. I've been trading every day for the last couple years. But this is not my only source of income. I own my own business. I do some software development. I build websites for people. So this is one of the income streams on my plate. We are starting to get a tick up above this rising spotty delta. If it closes this way, I'm pulling the plug. The name of the game is to keep your loser small. So if I'm underwater and the signal ticks up against me, usually that gets me out as a small loss to near break even. I don't like to hit my full stop ever. It happens, but that is rarer for me to hit my actual stop than not. So trade's still looking good. We're not officially ticked up yet. So far, so good. Delta's still negative. We want to see that delta start to round over. Here, I'm going to move my chop box so I can see it a little bit better. Starting to see that delta round over a little bit more. It's positive. Starting to see some aggression come into that delta candle, so the market sellers are coming in. On the 5-minute, we're starting to get a little bit of a delta squeeze setup forming. We're ticking down under a falling delta. Things are still looking good. Still like to see a flush down here to the VWAP. And the daily open. And to take out this low that I've had my eye on for quite some time now. That 200 is just, that's this green line right here, the bottom green line. That's been holding us up. If we can break that, I think we'll get the flush. I know she wants to break. Just do it already. Let's go. Somebody give it a push. That 200 still holding us up there. We're starting to get a higher low on the signal. It's flashing. It's not official yet. That's that green triangle for anybody who's wondering. It's a higher low on the signal line. We don't want to see that. But we're going off candle closes here, so just because it flashes does not mean anything. Or it's not actionable anyways. But if it closes up, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Starting to flash again. That delta is so thin, it doesn't have any aggression to it. But maybe if we can break that 200, we might start triggering some stops. The delta is rounding down fairly nicely. Delta candles are getting thicker. That's what we want to see. Brian, are you trading with prop firms or personal funds? I do a little bit of both. Delta's still looking like it's gaining some strength to the downside. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even now. I think we're more in the clear. So we broke this low over here, but we're not really flushing the way that I want to be flushing. We're ticking up from that lower power zone. The delta is tapering already. There's just not a whole lot of follow through in this market today. Very grindy. We are below the 200 now, though, so we could just be testing that 200 for another move down. I don't know. I might pull the plug here for a small profit. I'll split the difference. I'll start trailing. All right, my stop is under the previous candle's high. Come on, market. You know you want to do it. Just get it over with. Maybe if I go to the bathroom, it'll do something. So let's try that. I'll be right back. And what happened? Looks like that worked. Looks like I need to go to the bathroom more often. We hit my target and brought in 40 points. Let's see. Plus 40. We just turned a red day into a green day. Just like that. Beautiful. Finally hit VWAP like we talked about like 30 minutes ago. I know. You know, we were talking about taking this low out right here. I felt like we've been talking about this for like 2 hours. Let's see how long this has been. We talked about it like since right here. Oops. So, yeah, since we came back up and we were talking about this broadening formation, we started talking about taking out that low, and it took 1.5 hours to actually do it. But hey, I'm just happy that I turned a red day into a green day. So if I ended the stream today, that would be the 7th green day in a row on the stream. And had I not been underwater, I probably wouldn't have even taken profit here. I would wait for the actual exit signal that I normally would take. So as long as this delta is cruising down the way that it is, I would wait for a thin delta cross to get out. So we'll see if I would have done better just taking profit there or waiting for my normal exit. But it's kind of funny how somebody in the chat piped in and said I was looking at the wrong things. But this is what I do every day. I wrote a playbook on this, so if you haven't downloaded the playbook, the link is at the top of the screen. It's free. You can download it. The indicator's not free. You have to be a member of the Zeiierman group to have access to the indicator. But of all of the strategies I've been using the last couple years, this to me has worked better than anything else. So for me, I'm going to keep looking at this. Well, guys, you know, this is my longest stream. I think I've been on long enough. I finally turned my red day into a green day, so I think I'm going to cut it here and celebrate 200 plus subscribers in a couple weeks of streaming now, I think it is. So we'll continue on Monday, same place, same time. So good luck to everyone who is going to continue trading today, and have a great weekend. We will see you guys later. Peace out.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that log is goes on my happy Delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall. No weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Then hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.